I call to order hearing 26 of the 188th period of sessions of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, titled Precautionary Measure 409-14, with regard to Mexico, of which the beneficiaries are 43 disappeared students from the Raúl Isidro Burgos Rural School of Ayotzinapa. My name is Esmeralda Arosamena de Tratiño, first Vice President of the Commission. I'm joined on this opportunity Commissioner Julissa Mantilla and Commissioner Carlos Bernal. We were missing him before, now he's here. And the Assistant Executive Secretary Maria Claudia Pulido. This hearing has been called ex officio by the Commission, and I'd like to explain, or rather, greet with solidarity and support, as I always do, civil society and the family members of my friends, my companions in the struggle with regard to Ayotzinapa. And I'd like to express my gratitude for your accompaniment, for being there for us for so many years. Thank you so much for joining us here on this occasion. And to the illustrious representatives of the Mexican state, thank you very much as well for heeding our call to attend this hearing and provide continuity to the efforts that we, in such a committed fashion, have been engaged in, and with the utmost responsibility. On this occasion, the purpose of this public hearing is that the Commission wants to reaffirm close follow-up of the matter as we have been doing. We'd like to continue this in the matter of Ayotzinapa. We'd like to learn what are the expectations of the families, their representatives, and the positions of the state authorities, particularly with regard to the departure of the HIE, the interdisciplinary group of independent experts, and the changes that have been taking place in the Special Prosecutor's Office, the Special Investigation Unit, and also with regard to COVAG, the Commission for Truth and Access to Justice. In addition, we want to receive up-to-date information about advances in the search for the students, identification of their remains, should they have been found, and in the investigation and the different criminal proceedings, as well as with relation to access to any relevant information that will aid in dealing with these measures that the Commission had granted in the past, the precautionary measures, that is. So, you all are familiar with how we divide up the time in these hearings, but I'd like to refresh your memory. 20 minutes for the state, 20 minutes for the representatives, or rather, first the representatives of the petitioners, then 20 minutes for the state, 20 minutes for the Commission, and then comments. Any subsequent comments that you would like to make to wrap up explanation or your presentation of your own positions? Without further ado, I believe it's time to, I forgot to use the bell, but now I strike it because it should go on the record, which is a audio record. I give the floor for 20 minutes to the representatives of the state. Please, you all know, introduce yourself for the record with your name and your institution or the organization that you represent, please. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Greetings to the representatives of the Mexican state. The Ayotzinapa case is at a critical juncture, and that's why we're very grateful to the Inter-American Commission for calling this hearing, convening the hearing in the context of the precautionary measure on the Ayotzinapa case. We are present here with you. We're joined to the right in the same order from the families, Ms. Cristina Bautista, Mario Gonzalez, and from the Center for Human Rights de la Montaña, Adolfo Rosales, and from the ProDH, María Ana Aguilar and Santiago Aguirre, and from Fundar, myself, Humberto Guerrero. More than 5 years have transpired since the last time this Honorable Inter-American Commission of Human Rights received us in an in-person hearing in 2018. Over the course of this time since then, many events have taken place in the case. But the fact of the matter is that we haven't gotten to the bottom of the truth or obtained justice. We have not clarified properly the whereabouts of all the students, and there's no final judgment or peremptory judgment because of obstacles in our political and justice systems. And in the face of this scenario, we perceive a political haste of this administration as it's coming to its close to obtain results, even at the cost of the truth and suffering of the families. And therefore, we're grateful to you for your opening remarks, Chair. Now more than ever, we need close monitoring of the ICHR, as will be clear when you hear the remarks of those who will speak after me. I don't want to finish up my opening remarks without expressing our surprise for the lack of the major authorities who have been following up on the Ayotzinapa case at this hearing. It is quite an offense to the families, and also from our point of view to the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, which has played a fundamental role in following up on this case or monitoring this case. I'd like to give the floor right now, Ms. Cristina Bautista. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to each and every one of you, the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, everyone present here in the room. My name is Cristina Bautista Salvador. I'm the mother of Benjamin Asensio Bautista. I greet you on behalf of the mothers and fathers of the 43 Ayotzinapa Guerrero students. 9 years have transpired since the forced disappearance of our children. And a month and 14 days, and we don't know where they are. And we don't know what condition they're in, how they are. 2 federal governments have cycled through, and different institutions as well have cycled through. And what we don't know is where our children are. What hasn't passed is our pain and suffering, our grief. Last week in Guerrero, in different states, we gave offerings on the Day of the Dead. As fathers and mothers, we don't know whether we're doing so on behalf of our children or to light a candle because we don't know their fate. Over these 9 years of our journey, we've lost many Minerva Velo, fellow strugglers, Tomás Ramírez, Rosales, Don Ezequiel, they've passed away and never found out where their children were before they died. And mothers and fathers with chronic illnesses, but those who still are here and with presence of mind. We're the only ones who are truly interested. The mothers and fathers of the 43 about whom we'd like to know the truth, about whom we'd like to know where they are located, where they are with illnesses, but we're here. But what I see, from what I can see, is that the Mexican state doesn't take the Ayotzinapa case in seriously because the state is present. The new Undersecretary for Human Rights, he's not present here right now. So it's not taking this as seriously in a meaningful way. That is our case. But as we've said, as mothers and fathers, we will not give up. Because of the love we have for each and every one of our children, we are still standing. And this is 8, 9 years. It hasn't been easy for us. As mothers, we're very grateful to the organizations anywhere in the world that have supported us, have been there for us, and our legal representatives who have been there for us the whole time. We're immensely grateful. But more, as mothers and fathers, what we need is to get to the bottom, to get to the truth, uncover the truth. As mothers and fathers, that's what we demand, is the truth. Because that night, they murdered 3 members of the normal school. And 1 is still in bed. And the other 43, we don't know. 1 is in bed and he's injured. And the others, we don't know where they are. Because they were taken live. And we want them live. And thank you for listening to me. And now I give the floor to Mario Gonzalez, my colleague here. Good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, commissioners, we are mad. We feel discriminated against. We're pissed off. I'm sorry I have to use that word. And we're annoyed. We don't know what's happening in our Mexico, where it's easier for the army, the soldiers that are detained, it's easier for them to benefit from a press conference from inside their cells. They have every benefit of house arrest, for example. But it's what really makes us mad is they have more truth, have found more truth than we have. I remember when this government came into power came into office, that is, that its priority was the case of the 43 students, and even had a banner at its rallies it would hold in the primary elections. The 43, they would raise that banner, that it was a high priority, and to the extent that there was a presidential decree issued where all members of the armed forces had to sign, or all armed forces had to sign the decree, and they had to cooperate and provide any information necessary to be able to locate the whereabouts of our children. But now, lately, we see there's total lack of interest on the part of the government, and they smear our efforts. They smear us. They discredit us, even, and as was just said by my colleague here, they disrespect us. In as much as the main people involved on the state side are not here to talk with us and you, Commission. So I believe it's a clear example, members of the Commission, was the withdrawal of the GIEI, the Interdisciplinary Group of Independent Experts, the GIEI, because unfortunately, they're gone now because unfortunately they were not empowered legally, nor were they receptive to the information. They weren't open to the information. That was the only way that we could have found out the truth with all these little things, all these little hints. They never said things, but with proof, with evidence, I believe they were very serious, earnest people towards us, but unfortunately, or fortunately, they had a lot of experience as well, but they're not there anymore. Unfortunately, they weren't allowed to obtain all the information that they need from the regional center, intelligence center, where the notorious center, where they could have obtained a lot of information. They weren't given access to it. There were transcripts, which could be used for opening lines of investigation for clues. We understand that the army is in possession of these transcripts. We have even identified the pages of all the pages that we need to uncover the truth. And Mr. Encina even took our side and said he recognized that we were absolutely right, that the Mexican army had the information but refused to provide it to us. We're here to speak out against the barriers that have been put up and to call on the IACHR that all these to help us to request for this information and request help, aid from the GIEI, the GIEI, and to find out exactly what are the papers that we're demanding and requesting. It's so extreme that the Mexican state has even said that we're manipulated by our legal counsel. We are not ignorant. We read everything that the reports that are handed over to us say from the GIEI and everyone that are involved about what's going on. We are not ignorant as they try to paint us. Nobody manipulates us. Our teams are not manipulating us. Quite the contrary, they're helping us to make it through this and to push through. I think that is disrespectful on the part of the state towards the victims. And the truth, I don't know if we're able to get to the bottom of it. I hope the commission would have the opportunity to go to Mexico, visit the school, and hold a meeting with us, the victims, to see with your own eyes what is being experienced by us on the ground. But I hope you'll be able to go, and I hope you're able to help us, ladies and gentlemen, members of the commission, in the case of these new commissioners that are here. I'd like to give the floor now to one of the, Mr. Rosales, one of the attorneys here. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Commissioner. And thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and those who are present. Commission, indeed, this case is at a sensitive point in time, a sensitive juncture. The extraordinary mechanism of dialogue with the government when this government started right now is totally dismantled, and we view with great concern how the special prosecutor has had to step down in the face of criticism. He's had to resign. And we view with concern as the interdisciplinary group of independent experts that we've had to leave the country because the government wouldn't provide us information and open up the military files that contain relevant information which would help us to get to the bottom of this case. Likewise, we're also concerned how recently Alejandra Encina has had to resign under pressure. And there's internal pressure, we found out. She's being summoned before in military courts, and thus dismantling the extraordinary framework that had been put together. In short, we see this case is really going downhill, and we've seen how in exchange for in response to the precautionary measures, there's been arrests, and the government is reducing the facts to the area of Iguala and criminalizing what the students were doing. And so this is the end of the six-year presidential period. And in the midst of discrediting even of this Inter-American Commission, and we view it as quite grave. And I give the Maria Luisa Aguilar of the Human Rights Center. Thank you very much and with your indulgence, Madam Chair. As has been explained here, we run the risk that in this last phase of the six-year presidential term, that not only has there not been advances, but there's actually been some backsliding and regression, and there's legal action taken against the special prosecutor, the undersecretary, release from jail of perpetrators, and we're very concerned, as has been expressed here at this table, because of the lack of participation of the authorities who are in charge of the case here at this hearing. The families, as you have seen, they're tired. They've made an Herculean effort to get up here to appear at this hearing. And it would seem that on behalf of the state, however, doesn't have such an interest. And so we would like to hear from the Commission itself what it has to say, what its position is on this score, because we are concerned domestically and nationally, internally, that it talks about high-level talks, but with such important consequential cases such as this case, but then it's not here. And disappearances of the country, it doesn't show its face. It doesn't show interest. The state then is. And so therefore, the four specific requests we'd like to give, the first one is, given that the President of the Republic has reported that he will directly supervise the investigations, which in our view strips of substance what the Truth Commission is able to do. And so we call on oversight of the precautionary measure, including accompanying and being there for the families who are here with us. So we ask the Commission to attend these meetings. Secondly, we'd like to make it clear, as I've said here, that we'd like access to the military documents. We'd like to call on the Commission to act as a guarantor with regard to these military documents. And we want the state to be consistent with its commitment so that a neutral party like the Commission, since there's documents that haven't been handed over, and we've heard the unilateral refusal of the armed forces, the army, to the families. And we'd like to ask for the representatives of the state to report to us in writing in the Commission whether they want to work with us in such a way to report us whether it is a final refusal. And with regard to the rapporteur for Mexico, we want a country visit to be conducted by him to Ayotzinapa, to the rural school, to learn about the current status of the school and meet with the family members, as Commissioner Esmeralda has done on several occasions. And because the case has gone downhill, and we're at the end of the term of this president, and as the fourth item, we'd like to call on the Commission to continue to supervise the measures in this case without being complacent about anything that's done against the victims, but to be able to get to the bottom of the truth, to get to the truth in this case. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. De inmediato le voy a pasar la palabra.
And now I will give the floor to the state.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes, honorables.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Commissioners Esmeralda Rosemena, Angelisa Mantilla, and Commissioner Carlos Bernal. Respectful and fraternal greetings to the mothers and fathers, as well as to the representatives of civil society organizations that are with us this afternoon, and all those who are following this hearing virtually. We also greet all of the staff of the Inter-American Commission, particularly Assistant Secretary Maria Claudia Pulido, the calling of this hearing by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights in the context of following up on the precautionary measure 409-14 allows us to reaffirm the firm commitment of the Mexican state to memory, truth, justice, and the search for the 43 disappeared students from the Raul Isidro Burgos Rural School of Ayotzinapa. Allow me to also note the will of President Andrés Manuel López Obrador to clarify the facts of what happened on the night of 26 September 2014 and the early morning hours of the next day in the state of Guerrero. It's clearly established that there's an urgent need to properly clarify the facts, not only to find and prosecute all those responsible and to make reparation for the violations of human rights, but also because not knowing what actually happened affects each and every one of us Mexicans. One of the first actions undertaken by instructions of President Andrés Manuel López Obrador was establishing the Commission for Truth and Access to Justice in the Ayotzinapa case, known as by the acronym in Spanish of COVAJ. On 4 December 2018, in the official Federal Register, the decree was published that calls for establishing effective legal and human conditions to strengthen the human rights of the family members of the victims in the Ayotzinapa case, their rights to truth, and to access to justice. The commission should be made up of at least 5 family members of the disappeared students or whoever they may designate to also 1 representative of the Ministry of Interior, of the Ministry of the Foreign Ministry, and the Ministry of Finance, as well as the experts and technical personnel required, giving way to the participation of specialists from the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and those designated by the Inter-American Commission itself. This commission, the COVAJ, has published 2 reports, the first on 22 August 2022 and the second on 17 September 2023. Both reports were presented to the fathers and mothers of the disappeared students and their representatives. In addition, they've been made known to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Precautionary Measure 409-14 addresses recommendations relating to investigation, search for, and attention to the victims, thanks to the coordinated work of the competent institutions and the permanent communication and dialogue with the fathers and mothers of the students. Thanks to this, major strides have been made. The actions undertaken by the Mexican state have been fully documented in the reports of the Truth Commission, and, as I said earlier, they've already been made known to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. On this occasion, however, it's important to address in the most precise possible manner the actions related to the investigation. To this end, I will now read a communication that the head of the Special Investigative and Litigation Unit for the case of Ayotzinapa has prepared. This is Mr. Gomez Rosendo Piedra, and we will formally submit it later. And I quote, "I hereby report that all of the relevant investigations and necessary investigations have been undertaken. Also, the search efforts to find the 43 disappeared students have been stepped up. These the students from the Raul Isidro Burgos Rural School of Ayotzinapa. The investigation into the facts undertaken by the previous administration, federal administration, according to judicial rulings, was plagued with irregularities, and serious human rights violations were committed, such as torture, forced disappearance of persons, and extrajudicial executions, in addition to concealment and manipulation of indicia, evidence, and scenes related to the disappearance of the 43 students at the teacher training school. The current government is committed to the fathers and mothers of the disappeared students. It's committed to searching for them and to clarifying the facts, to which end this Truth and Access to Justice Commission was established. It also included the participation of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights in Mexico. In to make sure that the investigations go forward in a legal manner and that the persons responsible are punished. A special unit on investigation and litigation of the Ayotzinapa case was established. It follows up on the full set of actions and omissions that have been detected in the records since the events in 2014 up until the taking of the undertaking of inquiries. The mothers and fathers also have worked on the case. The members of the Inter-American or the interdisciplinary group of independent experts also was undertaken, and various arrangements were made with the international organizations. We highlight the current results of the investigation. It was found that the representatives of the prosecutorial service at the highest level were omissive when it came to carrying out legal procedures and legal timeframes, which facilitated the conditions for the accused to be released based on judicial arguments of serious due process errors, and they were ordered released because of lack of evidence. On reviewing the release orders for 32 persons detained related to these facts, which were issued on the 31st of July of 2018 and 14th of September 2019 by the First District Judges for Criminal Matters, Federal Criminal Matters of Tamaulipas, it was found that the First Collegiate Court of the 19th Circuit in Tamaulipas on the 1st and 2nd of June of 2018 and the 26th of July 2019 on ruling on various amparo motion, writs of amparo under review, and it ordered the prosecutorial authorities to, within 10 days, not to be extended, to present to the judicial body the medical and psychological experts' reports that were prepared as per the Istanbul Protocol by experts who are not part of the Office of the Attorney General of the Republic or any other office whose staff have been accused of acts of torture. Within this 10-day period, well, it wasn't enough to carry out the order to submit the expert reports, and this was taken as a pretext by the federal judge to order that they all be released. It should be indicated that there are other release orders in like circumstances that are under consideration. In the face of the situation, no one said anything, not even the lawyers or advisors or the international organizations for defense of human rights, nor did the technical advisory group say anything, nor did the interdisciplinary group of independent experts, even though these actions frustrated the work that had been done. Major efforts are underway at this time to avoid impunity. The appointment of the first person to head up the special unit on investigation and litigation of the Ayotzinapa case on 26 June 2019 created new expectations that the case would go forward nonetheless. During his period, deliberations continued as to possible persons responsible detained. There were delays in judicial activity. One example is that witnesses were lost whose identity was kept under seal, who were vital for the case. Second, the investigations there was a whole effort to frustrate the search for the 43 students and the search for the 43 and to cover up for those who carried out. Jesus Murillo, former Attorney General of the Republic, has been indicted, as well as Tomas Cerón Lucio, who was former head of the Criminal Investigation Unit of the then PGR, Office of Attorney General, Alberto Ramirez Gutierrez, former head of the Anti-Kidnapping Unit, Blanca Alicia Bernal Castilla, former agent of the Prosecutorial Service of the Nation, one other person, former head of the Assault and Robbery of Vehicles Unit, Mauricio Cerón Solana, former Deputy Director of Medical Specialties at the General Coordination of Expert Services Office, Patricia Gomez Ramirez, an expert in field criminalistics, as well as Juana Elizabeth Juarez Luna and Jaime Cabrera Lopez, federal police agents, prosecutorial police agents of the no longer extant Office of Attorney General, as well as Alival Vasquez Mendoza, 2nd Infantry Masterman with the Marines. In August of 2022, it was proposed that former Attorney General should be prosecuted as one of the persons with principal responsibility for these facts. At that time, the then head of the specialized unit refused to do so and stepped down from his position, in this way fostering impunity. It was not until the current administration which took up the matter of the disappearance of the students as a state crime. And the former Attorney General, Jesus Murillo, is today subject to 2 proceedings. But 8 years had to go by before that happened without the members of the GIEI having given impetus to the investigation and punishment of that former public servant. Some of them also expressed that they were bothered by implementation of the arrest warrant, and they argued that more time was required in order to pull together the investigative file, even though more than 8 years had elapsed since the underlying facts. Finally, the special prosecutor reiterates his commitment to the mothers and fathers of the disappeared young persons of Ayotzinapa and society in general to clarify those unfortunate events, despite the networks of complicity that have been standing in the way of its work. And this is the end of the letter from Mr. Gomez Piedra. I conclude my remarks by noting that the search actions, the investigation, and care for victims will continue to be strengthened, will continue to go forward. I reiterate the willingness of the Mexican state to attain memory, truth, and justice for the 43 disappeared students from the Raul Isidro Burgos Rural School of Ayotzinapa. Thank you very much. Does that conclude your the remarks of the state? Yes? Very well. Thank you for that information. We're going to go on to the next step in this hearing with the participation of the commissioners. I'll speak last as rapporteur, in my capacity as rapporteur for Mexico. I'm going to give the floor to Commissioner Carlos Bernal. Thank you very much for this dialogue. I think it's a dialogue being conducted in good faith. We have in this hearing, well, I'd like to thank those who requested the hearing for your valor, for coming forward here, traveling all the way to Washington, and bringing us this information and your grievances. I also thank the state for your commitment to this dialogue, which comes about in relation to a precautionary measure, but it goes beyond the precautionary measure. For me, the information provided by the state about all of the measures that have been taken is very important, and for that reason, my participation is merely a question that I would like to put to the petitioners. The state has provided information about measures that have been taken related to justice, that is to say, the criminal justice investigations. The search for the truth in this case, second, third, measures of reparation, and fourth, some aspects that go to non-repetition. What is your assessment of these measures that the state has taken? Are these suitable, effective, sufficient? And if not, what is lacking? Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. I now give the floor to Commissioner Yulisa Mantilla. Thank you very much, Commissioner and Vice President. I also begin by extending greetings first to the requesters of the hearing, who we have seen over so many years, and, well, the rapporteur much more than I have, but we have also seen each other in Ayotzinapa and on any number of occasions, and I also welcome the presence of the state. I must say it would have been ideal for, in addition to the foreign ministry, well, had the local authorities come, particularly considering that you have come from Ayotzinapa, And so I think this would have been the appropriate space for that. So I value your presence, but I must mention that that too is very symbolic. Being present or being absent is very symbolic. This, first of all, I've paid close attention, and I know that the requesters will be able to offer their evaluation of the case. I would like to ask the state about the supposed criminal justice actions initiated against Omar Gomez Trejo, the former prosecutor. President Lopez Obrador announced this in one of his presentations, and I wonder whether that has actually happened or not. In addition, I'd like to recall a principle, which is that of continuity of the state. That is to say, independent of the particular administration, the state has to answer. And within the state, it's important to have explanations of investigations and how they're going, but the responsibility lies with the state, especially in cases of forced disappearance, in which there is an additional duty of due diligence. There is an additional obligation. There is a very high threshold. That is why the inter-American system arose with the investigations into forced disappearance, and the American court has said that the victims, in this case the 43 students, are the disappeared victims, but the family members are also victims. And you have been engaged for 9 years of suffering and of waiting. And I must state this with very frankly, this is nothing new. Justice delayed is justice denied. And there may be explanations, and I understand that there may well be explanations, but I must dare say that if you were to ask the requesters what they're waiting for, well, to know where their children are. If that is going to be the case, whether it's with the prosecutor or with the Truth and Access to Justice Commission or what have you, that's another thing. That's a methodological question. But I think the petitioners want to know after 9 years what has happened with their children. If there might be a prosecutorial office or two or three, or the state or the commission or the GIEI, well, that's a question of form. But it's 9 years, and it's Ayotzinapa, a case that received a great deal of attention and that continues to receive attention. I don't want to imagine the cases of other forced disappearances that have not received any attention. So I value, the Commission no doubt values the presence of the state. We value the explanations, the information from Prosecutor Rosendo Gomez. We value that. But I think that it's very complex and at the same time very simple. Complex because of everything that lies ahead, but simple. What do the requesters want? To know where the children are. Period. That's it. That's what they want to know. Well, the state, to find that out, the state has to carry out its obligation, because it is an obligation of the prohibition on forced disappearance is a peremptory norm that goes above and beyond the treaties. And each victimization, well, I don't need to tell you because you know this. So in that regard, I would like a response on the specific case of the former prosecutor and progress in the investigations. And the requesters, of course, can ask the question by Commissioner Bernal, which I echo. What more do you want? Thank you. Next, I give the floor to the Assistant Executive Secretary, Maria Claudia. I'd like to especially greet the mother and the father who represent all the fathers and mothers of the 43 students, including those persons who Christy paid a special tribute to because they're no longer here and they were unable to learn the whereabouts of their children. I'd also like to greet the illustrious delegation of the state. And from a technical perspective, we'd like to go into greater depth in three key aspects. First, regarding the Truth and Access to Justice Commission, COVAC, this commission was innovative. It's something that the Commission itself welcomed and valued very much at the time. And we have participated, whether the country rapporteur or the technical staff, in innumerable meetings, precisely to try to pursue that truth. So there are two elements that are fundamental at this time regarding the Truth and Access to Justice Commission. One, the exit of Secretary Encinas, who was basically the driving force. More than the driving force, he was the leader. He presided over it. And we know that it's an institution that is going to continue. There will be a new deputy secretary. But what is the perspective with respect to this commission, particularly after it's submitted its most recent report. What are the steps to the next steps in following up on that report? What is the position of the representatives and the families in this regard? The other point that we'd like to be clear on is the perspective of independence of the judiciary. This is one of the central principles of the rule of law and representative democracy according to the relevant international instruments. And it was said that the President of the Republic had announced that he was going to personally oversee the investigation. So what happens with the principle of independence in relation to that statement? And what oversight would there be of the investigation? And I thank you if the report that you, Ambassador Lucelena Baños, just read with all the details presented by the Special Prosecutor to the Commission. Thank you for that. Finally, regarding the request by the representative for the Commission to undertake an additional review of the military archives, this is one of the most relevant demands of the mothers and fathers. We'd like, from a technical perspective, to know what response could one expect from the state to that request. And if I may, Madam President, I could let you know that there will be availability on the part of the Commission to provide technical assistance, and when the time comes in order to transmit to the new composition of the Commission these initiatives. That's what I wanted to say, Madam Chair, without first expressing gratitude and highlighting all the support from the country rapporteur in this case and the Commission's leadership to be able to accompany the case in these years. Thank you. I must begin by noting that I'd like to express gratitude to the delegation that is with us this afternoon on behalf of the Mexican state. Yet at the same time, I would note the absence of key authorities in the Ayotzinapa case. I would have liked very much to have the special prosecutor here, precisely because of the note that he has sent us as information regarding his activities, because I would have liked to have asked him how, where the Ayotzinapa case stands today in terms not only of preparing lines of investigation, which by now it should be clear what they are, but actions aimed at actually following through on those lines of investigation, completing the work on those lines of investigation. For on one occasion that I had to speak with him at that transition moment, he pointed out just how important the work and the support of the Intercommission has been in the two historic moments of the GIEI, Independent Group of Interdisciplinary Experts. First, work that was done where the experts themselves afterwards and the state in that new proposed commitment sought the support and contribution of the experts. In addition, the authority of this Truth and Access to Justice Commission, well, we already knew that the Deputy Secretary Encinas was not going to come, with whom we also worked on many points to move this case forward. But this Ayotzinapa Truth Commission is an initiative to try to obtain truth and justice in the Ayotzinapa case, and it was so valued as a major step forward, creating great expectations that the Mexican state had to respond to this demand for truth and justice. But he's not here either, and I want to leave it at that because the participation of the ambassador, and I'm most grateful to you for bringing us those considerations which are important because, well, I don't know if it might be possible today to get specific answers from the delegation of the state regarding the current status of the investigations. These high-level commanders, this whole process whereby arrest warrants have been issued, whereby non-custodial measures have been adopted in relation to persons who are very important in the context of the investigation. And the results of those actions. But to be able to have today the possibility, at least in the hearing, such that the parents, well, we've been together over many days of work, and I know what this additional day of addressing the situation means. I'm very deeply aware of it. I would like to hear responses or answers. I'm not sure if we'll get them. How are we going to work with the question of extradition, the extradition of Mr. Cerón, who, together with Murillo Karam, created the historic truth, who said in due course it's not historical and it's not the truth. And the reports of the GIEI gave us all of that information and analysis so as to understand clearly the need for this information, which was handled in the Army regarding the tragic events of that night of September 26th and 27th of 2014. In the GIEI, it was that report was mentioned. There's Aldo Vargas, I think it is, or Jorge, Edgar. I had the occasion to speak with Aldo, well, not to speak with him, to see him. And those events of the 26th, when 3 people died, well, it was said in the GIEI report, the first one, that it had been a violent night with the participation of the Army, the police forces, state police forces, and federal police force. And then in that participation of the GIE, too, with that position of the President of Mexico, I recall, Christy, you told the President, President, they don't pay any attention to you and they don't hand over the documents. I remember that meeting. And documents were provided, and the GIEI drew up a report in which that participation of the Army was clear. But the documents that were given, well, in that review undertaken by the technical experts who evaluated all the information that was received, they noted, well, one page is missing here. This information was never put in concrete terms. Other information is missing. And along those lines, well, that's why my concern regarding the terms of this investigation in order to be able to find out the truth of what happened to the students. The representatives have noted this as well. It today has become a situation in which there is lack of clarity, where it is not known what is the path forward. There are documents that are pending. It is true that it's not that you're going to focus on what's missing, but it's important to guess what's missing in order to round out the information. So I think that in this phase, the situation of the investigation into the facts of Ayotzinapa, the Ayotzinapa case, requires an express willingness to, well, what today, with the special unit that has been created for the investigation in the Ayotzinapa case, what progress has been made in the investigation? We need to have clear information about the next steps, and I echo the question asked by Commissioner Ulisa. The investigation has been called into question, irregularities have been raised, and what is needed is for this special investigative unit to determine the lines to be followed in order to identify the persons responsible and get answers so as to verify the facts, but also to break that pact of silence that exists.
Silencio.
Because there's a pact of silence which has prevented the Ayotzinapa case develop and to be successful and to bring those responsible before justice, despite the fact that individuals have been identified. Due process has to be followed. We're not against that. We're not opposed to that. But in this current situation, with the current landscape, what are the obstacles to the special prosecutor's officer to be able to conduct the investigation and get to the truth and be able to obtain justice? I would like to wrap up by saying that indeed the Commission continues steadfast in its responsibility. We have received 3 reports from the state. Ayotzinapa in Mexico, in other words, the Inter-American Commission's space has been able to even develop the special mechanisms. Mesa, GATT, and I need to underscore the support of the state, with the support of the state to do this work. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to do anything without the support of the state. That's a fact of life. But today, at this juncture, to not share the concern I'd rather just wrap up differently from the way that the fathers and mothers would like, differently from what they've said. And I'm just saying we're going to support and open up to the state so that the commission will hold to its commitment to aid it and the requests that you've made us to work to get this documentation, because it's of great practical use. The executive secretary, Maria Claudia, has raised this as well. I'd like to reiterate it. And we look forward to remain in touch with the government authorities. So I'd like to make the most of this opportunity to say to the Mexican authorities that we are continuing to be committed to support, to aid you to attain the truth and justice, and to be able to work in coordination with the representatives. I don't believe that you are using it, but I think you've showed your keen interest. The investigations that have been done, you're there looking closely at the investigations that have been conducted. Not only the team of attorneys, but the fathers and mothers themselves have been on top of every action that's been conducted by the different bodies that have been involved throughout this process. All the institutions that were beefed up, bolstered, so to speak, with a new administration at the beginning of the López Obrador administration, to be able to push these investigations forward. I apologize that I've gone on so long, but this will be my last session, public hearing that I will preside, that I'll chair with the parents of the students of Ayotzinapa, and remember, I will remain attentive to how things play out, and you have my solidarity, my deepest sympathy and support. And remember that as a professor myself, those 43 were my children as well, my kids. So I'm done, so I'll give you the floor for any comments that you may have. I don't know how we're going to divide up the time that remains, but I'm going to give the floor at this time to the representatives of the petitioners. The time. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, commissioners, fathers and mothers, etc. And representatives of the state, particularly from the Office of Foreign Ministry, that foreign ministry that we respect alike. I continue to insist, Commission, that this is a sensitive, a delicate moment. You last year, you hailed the institutional framework that was created to deal with this case. This institutional framework has been taken apart, dismantled. There's now an independent prosecutor. This prosecutor is no longer in charge, and he's being investigated. You saluted also the Truth Commission and for access to justice. There's not even a letter about what it's done, nor is it present here. And you also had hailed the efforts, the institutional efforts, and the international technical support from the HIE and the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and you all. And now the HIE was kicked out. It's done. And those in charge of the case aren't even here. And we're in a position where international technical assistance is viewed as part of the problem and not a solution. So the advances that we had, that you have mentioned, and that were moving us towards clarification did exist, but they were part of the institutional framework that has been dismantled. So I think there's only cut branches left, and we're not going to achieve justice. And I just want to press that this dismantling of the institutions that were created to deal with the case are the result of two specific reasons. The major politicization of it, the permeability of the criminal investigations, which were heavily influenced by the political side forces, and that's what led to Omar Gomez had to leave. There was an official who came in to take his place very honorably, and I want to warn that we proved the link in Guerrero with organized crime. And there was another Undersecretary Encinas did his job, and he was removed as well. And so here at this hearing, we have a letter that was read to it that in 10 minutes, 80% of its content was geared to put down the prior prosecutor's work and doesn't explain what are the current lines of investigation, how it's going to overcome the obstacles that have been posed by the pressure from the armed forces, and nor does it address our concerns, because commissioners, what the attorney who's in charge of the special prosecutor is just to minimize the pernicious effects of the torture in the criminal proceedings, and the proof of torture shouldn't have led to the release of anybody. But worse yet, in the letter, it says that he regrets that the work that was done has fell apart. What's the work that was done? Well, it's the charges against the historical truth. So what has happened? A version of the facts which were generated with irregularities and torture, and that puts us back to 2018, and that's where we land, sadly enough. Just much to the grief, our grief and the grief of the fathers and mothers. And I'd like to cite as well Julissa Mantilla. And we'd like to express together with you our deep regret for the possible criminalization of the ex-prosecutor. What's the line of hypothesis of their charges? The protocols of Istanbul, and then release some perpetrators is what they wanted. They want to attribute to him the unlikely situation that he didn't act against the Attorney General. And indeed, we're very concerned about what could happen as a result of these actions. There's no situation of progress, of forward movement, and the military just want to file suit against Secretary Encinas. So in this scenario, We need the IACHR to follow up. We believe there's leeway for technical assistance. We've put forward a concrete proposal for the ICHR to be able to get this documentation. There's been no report on how we can get there's consecutive pages that were put together by military intelligence. They include illegal phone interceptions, transcripts thereof, and illegal acts, but they should be reviewed page by page to see what's there. And we believe that there's no political will to clarify the case when these pages have not been handed over and the fathers and mothers of the students will not receive anything but a negative from the Mexican army. We regret this letter. We find it very grievous. On the one hand, to not criticize that judges ordered the release of those who were tortured. We are used to this over these years, but also you as the Inter-American Commission, I don't want this to be minimized, but also notice that the person in charge of the investigation isn't even here right now. And I want to wrap up by echoing the words of Commissioner Julissa. Indeed, this case, which has received so much attention, has sadly failed outright. And we want to know how the issue of disappearances is being approached by the state in Mexico, and it's very embarrassing and sad. And we want to salute the families, the Laguna family who's here at this, and an attorney who was here as a representative of victims. And we're very grateful to Esmeralda for her heartfelt words and her appearing on the ground to find out. We hope this can be replicated by the other members of the commission who take over in the plenary in the future. And even though we haven't been able to uncover fully what happened, we are grateful for the presence of the ICHR. The country rapporteur was very consequential to make progress. In some of these achievements in the process now, we are seeing, in the face of this, dismantlement of the whole structure that had been set up to work on this case. So that's why we put forward the request for the ICHR to continue to monitor the case. We're concerned that not only we do not achieve truth and justice in this 6-year period, but also legal actions are being taken against the officials who have investigated, like Mr. Encinas or Omar Restrejo, and also actions against the fathers and mothers and against the organization that represent them. The smear against the parents have been very tenacious over the last days. It's claimed that they're manipulated. They don't know anything about the case. And so remember, there is an absence of those in charge of the case. They're not here. And you can see what kind of result we can have during this 6-year period. How long? Yes, commissioners, in addition to what I was just said, I just want to ratify our concern about the letter that was just read, the criminalization against Omar Gomez, criminalizing him, the prosecutor. We believe that if this is going to be the dynamic, members of the commission, over the next few days, we're going to see release of members of the military, changes with regard to the precautionary measures, and actions taken not only against Omar Gomez, but against the former undersecretary. He's been summoned before judges, military judges. There's no longer going to be any lines of investigation that are going to be followed. And we're here to speak out against this. Now, they came in to read a letter that criminalizes, but they say nothing about the investigation with regard to all the different evidence of the 17th were in Barandillas and Iguala. They were released on the day of the event. But that evidence brings us to the military transcripts. There is relevant information. There's relevant evidence. Alejandro Encinas and the independent experts found a transcript on one sheet that talks about 17 students from Barandilla, the municipality, to the outskirts of Iguala. How can we complete that information? Where's the rest of it? It's in the files of the Army. That lines of investigation could help us to know about where the 17 of the 43 ended up. Nobody talks about that here. We don't know. There's a refusal to, the president himself and the government as a whole refuses that or denies that this information exists. So that's where we're at. We're on hold in the investigation, and we reiterate our requests, and we denounce that decry that the investigation is being held up. It's way behind, and your intervention through the precautionary measure, we need a mechanism in place to help us to push forward this process. These lines of investigation have to be followed and see what procedures can be put into place and how you can support us in reviewing these files where the Army has to account for what went on, and this is pending. Thank you. One last thing, if you allow me, Madam Commissioner. Under the legal precedents of the inter-American system, has been mentioned by Julissa, the fact is the standard in cases of forced disappearance, it's not measured with regard to how many arrests there have been in a case. Rather, the whereabouts of those disappeared and find out what happened to them. That's how, and so we don't need to know how many have been released and arrested. That doesn't help us. At the center of it all is to know the whereabouts of their children, the victims. That's what we're trying to do. Now I give the floor to the representatives of the state. Thank you very much, Commissioner. President López Andrés Manuel Amador has expressed his commitment to continue with his efforts to search for, investigation, and other actions that will enable this case to be comprehensively dealt with. Clearly, it's been established that the actions not only will continue, but they will be bolstered up until the very last day of his administration. Additionally, the Mexican state has developed an unprecedented capacity to be able to deal with this case. As you are aware, the Commission for Truth and Access to Justice with regard to the case of Ayotzinapa on December 4th of 2018 was established under a presidential decree, placing at the center the victims, and there have been 75 meetings were held, which were divided up, as we can show you next, 23 regular sessions, 34 special meetings, and 18 meetings in the presence of the executive branch itself. The COBAG has consulted more than 40,000 documents, which have been forwarded to the Special Unit for Investigation of the Ayotzinapa case of the Office of the Attorney General of the Republic for appropriate judicial processing. And it has done three things. It's investigated the attacks and disappearance of the 43 students, the investigation of the illegal investigation and fabricated evidence from different public servants of the Office of the Attorney General at the time of the public, and searching for the whereabouts of the 43 normal school students of Ayotzinapa. And with regard to results of actions to find those responsible for these unfortunate acts, it's important to remember that at this time 124 individuals are deprived of freedom, and they're being held at different prisons. Since October of 2022 to date, there have been 98 arrest orders have been issued, and 37 of them have been executed. Additionally, the decree where the instructions are given to do everything possible to strengthen human rights of the family members of the victims of the Ayotzinapa case is not just limited to in time, which ends at the end of this presidential term. We've taken proper note of the observations that have been put forward by the requesting parties and the ICHR. These responses will be submitted in writing. A lot has been done by the ICHR, and particularly by Commissioner Esmeralda Erosamena de Trotiña, the rapporteur for Mexico. Thank you very much. Thank you. Fine. Okay. Would you like to see? No. Otherwise, we're going to adjourn. So I just wanted to confirm this business about those technical assistance. Is there? I wanted to know whether there's any possibility of a subsequent communication for the to heed this request, specific request being put forward by the petitioners. Is there? All of the requests will be responded to, will be answered. Just to be aware of this and to properly follow up in a communication with you. Okay, so I therefore bring this hearing to a close and note that I am hopeful and I have faith as well as hope, that is, that we will obtain truth and justice. And we will know where these kids are. Thank you so much for being here, for having heeded the call of the Commission to attend and provide us the opportunity to conclude my responsibilities with the Commission. This will be the last hearing I attend, as I was telling you, with regard to the Ayotzinapa case and others. So we will await what progress has been made, even though it will be elsewhere. Thank you very much for your participation. And this hearing is hereby adjourned.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, representatives of civil society. I now open hearing number 28 of the 180th period of sessions of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. This session is entitled Human Rights of Women Domestic Workers. This is a regional hearing requested by Caribbean and Latin America and Caribbean Confederation of Domestic Workers and also by THEMIS. My name is Roberta Clark, and I'm the second Vice President of the Commission and also the Rapporteur for the Rights of LGBTI persons, and I'm accompanied here by Commissioner Julissa Mantia, who is also the Rapporteur on the Rights of Women, and also the Rapporteur for Memory, Truth, and Justice. And we need a lot of memory, truth, and justice when we talk about women's rights. Yes. To the furthest right of me is our Special Rapporteur for Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights, Javier Palumo. He's not new anymore, but still 2 months on the job, so still a little bit new. Give him an easy time.
Kind of new.
Yes, kind of new. And of course, our Deputy Executive Secretary for Monitoring, Maria Claudia Paludo, who is a real expert on all things Commission. The object of this hearing is to inform the Commission about the situation of gender-based violence against women, domestic workers in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the situation, their economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. How do they access it, or how these rights are violated? In addition, the organizations who requested this hearing intend to speak to the systematic pattern of violations by states in preventing and adopting measures to comply with international standards in this area. So I would like to just explain how we're going to spend our hour and a half together. Civil society, you have 30 minutes to start to make your, I would say, opening presentations, and you can use the time as you like. You probably have more like 35 minutes, and then the Commission has 25 minutes to ask questions or to respond in any way that we see fit. Then you get another chance of about 30 minutes to respond. It's like a dialogue amongst us all, and then we close with another 3 minutes from the Commission. So I want to really encourage you all to relax. We're at the end of the day. Really relax. We have time. The interpreters are there for us, like me, who don't speak Spanish, and they need us to speak at a moderate pace so that they can do the interpretation. And when you speak at a moderate pace, you do get calm. So let's not be nervous. We're all here for the common cause. And with that, I want to ask civil society to begin. Over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cleide Pinto. I'm a Black woman, Brazilian, and also domestic work. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for welcoming us. I am the Secretary General of COLATRAF. COLATRAF is a Latin American Confederation and Caribbean of workers that has 30 syndications, unions for 31 unions associations. FICI is the Federal International of Domestic Works with 88 unions and associations in 68 countries all over the world. All over the world. Repeating, 68 countries all over the world. Though the universe or the dimensions of domestic work is huge, according to ECLAC and also with ILO, there are around 11 to 18 million domestic workers in the region, and women represent over 90%. Collateral and Fifth have already demonstrated to this commission, Inter-American Human Rights Commission, a pattern of violence against human rights of domestic workers during the hearing which took place in February 2019 in Bolivia. The Commission then suggested, among other things, the production of data and monitoring of conventions ILO 189 in the region. Also recommended to the states the creation of new laws for the protection of domestic work and a minimum wage for that category. Since then, Collateral and 50 has been developing researches and monitoring for the implementation of 189 and 190 of LLT and these respective recommendations. With unions, we organize in 16 countries of the Latin American and Caribbean. We have the support of organizations associated such as Artemis, with the Inter-American Conference of Seas, and the French Agency for Development, and much others. I appreciate the opportunity, and I pass the floor to my colleague, June Barrett.
Yes, good evening, and thank you so much for giving us the opportunity, a seat at the table. It is always a good day when domestic workers are given a seat at the table, such an important table. My name is June Barrett. I am a Jamaican immigrant. I am the second vice president of the International Domestic Workers Federation. Most importantly, I am a domestic worker who is coming to you from this lived experience. So all of these investigations have made it possible to draw recommendations for improving the human rights of domestic workers in the region. The issue we will raise in the hearing shall fall into 6 categories. First one is human rights violation during the pandemic and their consequences. The second one is access to social security. The third, migration. Fourth, slave labor in the domestic work sector. Fifth, violence in the workplace. And the seventh, sixth, gaps in implementation of Convention 189 regarding contracts and working hours. And also, so now we are going to play a 3-minute video of a testimony from Honduras, and then I will pass it on to my colleague, Elena Perez.
Mi nombre es Edith Yamilet Torres y mi cargo es, infiltrado es, soy secretaria de AXA. Y cuando llegó la pandemia, y después tenía mis hijas chiquitas y ya en el trabajo me dijeron de que no podía ya seguir trabajando porque las podía contaminar yo y eran unas personas ya de edad. Cuando me notificaron que ya no podía seguir yo, me mandaron sin ningún peso para la casa. Y yo me vine tristemente porque no tenía cómo darles de comer a mis hijas. Y eso fue muy duro para mí, ver que mis hijas estaban aguantando hambre y yo no podía salir porque la gente decía que las iba a contaminar y nadie salía a la calle. Me ha costado a mí, por mi discapacidad también, que me han pegado 3 derrames, no he podido conseguir trabajo y soy una mujer sola, solo con mi hija mayor que tiene 20 años. Ella es mi bordoncito, digamos, mi apoyo. Y sí, me ha costado conseguir trabajo y por mi edad no me dan trabajo también.
Mi nombre es Jamie Yamilet Casco Torres, pertenezco al Sindicato de Trabajadoras del Hogar y soy hija de la secretaria de actas. Siempre he apoyado a mi mamá cuando ella va a trabajar, durante yo tenía tiempo libre. Apoyaba ya que por dada su discapacidad ella no puede hacer mucho trabajo. Y ayudaba en lo que son los oficios y todo. Dado que los patronos no permitían que llevaran hijos, pues ella quedó sola trabajando. Me tocaba a mí cuidar a mi hermanita sola en la casa. Pasábamos hambre porque a veces no le pagaban a tiempo a mi mamá. Durante pandemia fue muy difícil, ya que luego vinieron los huracanes, perdimos todo. Vivimos en una sola zona inundable, perdimos todo lo que son tanto material como comida. Estuvimos albergadas 3 meses. Durante ese albergue no dormíamos, no comíamos. El apoyo a ese albergue fue muy poco. Durante esta y otra, pues, fue muy difícil encontrar trabajo, ya que la gente decía no, porque no tienen estable donde vivir, no tienen ropa, cómo venir a trabajar. Volvimos a nuestra casa, estaba llena de lodo, llena de agua. De ahí mi mamá me dijo, hagamos tortillas para vender, hija, porque ya no nos ajustaba el dinero. Teníamos que pagar agua, pagar luz, pagar todo lo que era necesario en nuestro hogar. Luego que estuvimos vendiendo tortillas, pues mi mamá cayó con el segundo derrame cerebral. Ya no podíamos hacer tortillas porque ella se quemaba. Su rostro se estaba deformando, su brazo también. Luego volví a conseguir trabajo en otra tienda de ropa, que en esta tienda sí logré estar por 1 año y medio. Cuando yo caí con COVID en la tienda, me despidieron por 1 mes sin ninguna empira. Ellos dijeron, hasta que te recuperes, podés venir a trabajar. Durante yo estuve con COVID, fue muy difícil. Solo teníamos el apoyo del sindicato. Gracias a ellos, pues pudimos sustentarnos 2 meses que estuvimos enfermos.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre.
Good afternoon. My name is Elena Perez. I'm the Assistant Secretary General of the Latin American and Caribbean Federation of Domestic Workers. And together, my colleague Evelyn Rosales and I, she is also a member of it, we are going to cover the topic of human rights violations during the pandemic and its consequences. Historically, crises produce instability in Latin America and the Caribbean, imposing, among other things, migration, social inequality, employment in degrading conditions. The legacies of colonization contribute to a system of hierarchy and discrimination based on race, immigration status, and color. And this has already been recognized by this commission in the Special Rapporteurship on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights of Afro-Descendant Persons, a report that was published in 2021. Our organization, COLACTRAO, noted that poverty is closely related to the lack of access to social security systems and employment protection systems. It contributes to growing migration, both within countries and beyond borders, to obtain a salary. It hinders access to education, healthcare, food, and it increases child labor at early ages. Domestic workers are one of the sectors in the labor force hardest hit by everything that has worsened, that became more acute or worse during the COVID-19 pandemic. It represented an increase in gender violence with a loss of employment and greater informality in terms of work opportunities. This Inter-American Commission has already noted the impact of the health emergency in the region in its Resolution 1 of 2020, and in 2021, the ILO identified in its study on 10 years since the adoption of Convention 189 the loss of employment in the domestic work sector with a decline of 50%, the harshest impact among all employed persons. The Economic Commission for Latin America and UN Women identified in 2020 that the COVID-19 crisis has revealed the fragile nature of social protection systems with a particularly negative impact on domestic workers. Now I give the floor to my colleague, Evelyn Rosales. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Rosales. I'm Salvadoran. I have been a domestic worker for 30 years, and I'm also part of the organization COLACTRAO. During the pandemic, according to ILO estimates, 70% of domestic workers suffered loss of employment, drastic reductions to their earnings, backsliding in terms of guarantees of rights, precarious working conditions, and also precarious income. This condition tends to undercut the commitments of the states to progressive development of the rights and the principle on a prohibition on going backwards in terms of social rights. The case of Honduras shows what happened in the context of the pandemic. the lack of social protection, access to Social Security became more difficult for domestic workers, and this led to illness and death. The results identified by the ILO in 2021 show that among ourselves, only a few were able to have access to remunerated quarantine. Most were dismissed or continued working without biosafety conditions. We played an essential role in caring for the ill during the pandemic. Nonetheless, unlike other groups of workers, the increase in working hours was not recognized economically, nor was protection and care provided for any infection that might have been acquired in the workplace. I now give the floor to my colleague Alvaro. Good afternoon. My name is Alvaro Velarca Hernandez, and I represent the American Conference of Social Security. This is an international organization whose aim includes, among others, to contribute and cooperate with the development of Social Security in the Americas. I am going to talk about the regional issue in this regard and the relationship with the human rights of domestic workers. As the COVID pandemic was mentioned, as was mentioned, the pandemic showed once again the importance of providing Social Security to domestic workers. The main function of Social Security is to guarantee the income of working persons and their families in the face of illness, unemployment, or death, and also to guarantee access to healthcare services. Let's recall that the Protocol of San Salvador of the OAS at Articles 9 and 10 establishes the right to Social Security and health for all persons. Therefore, this Organization of American States and the International Labor Organization have signed agreements and made joint statements to promote decent work that provides access to Social Security for all working people. Since the 2001 Ottawa Declaration, the OAS has recognized the member states that adopt ILO conventions. It's relevant to note the adoption of Convention 189, which establishes the obligation of states to ensure access for domestic workers to Social Security systems. Nonetheless, in most of the country, even though most of the countries of the Americas have ratified this agreement, the affiliation of domestic workers remains at low levels practically throughout the region, according to estimates of the Inter-American Conference on Social Security in mid-2022. To cite just some examples of the countries with the highest levels of affiliation, I could mention Uruguay with 70%, Chile 47.6%, Costa Rica 36.2%, Argentina 24.1%, or 23%, and Colombia just 18.6% of domestic workers are affiliated to or with Social Security. For this reason, it's important that the states establish mechanisms to facilitate affiliation and the maintaining of quota payments to Social Security over time. This includes adapting and making more flexible IT systems and Social Security systems so as to be able to adapt to the reality of other forms of work that are not traditional ones. This to guarantee the inclusion of groups that find themselves in vulnerable situations, including domestic workers, agricultural workers, persons who work on platforms, among others. If these mechanisms had existed, it could have changed the reality of Jamie Casco and all the victims whose testimony we just heard in Mexico. The Mexican Social Security Institute has set as a precedent a good practice in adapting the Social Security system and improving its processes or procedures so as to allow easier and more immediate affiliation of domestic workers with all of the particularities. There are also strategies underway in relation to Social Security, such as in the case of Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile, that have been observed by the International Federation of Domestic Work. In Argentina, for example, the public policy Registrados registered women for 2021 grants tax benefits to employers for registering and keeping up to date and documenting so as to regulate domestic work. The country offers a percentage of subsidy in the payment of the salaries in exchange for the employers guaranteeing payments to Social Security by the domestic workers. In view of the foregoing, we urge countries of the Americas to commit to transforming their societies through education and social security, the premise being that understanding and fully exercising this right is necessary in order to beat back poverty, and it's responsibility of all of society to see to it that employers carry out their obligations. I cite Uruguay once again. It educates from childhood regarding the importance of Social Security, and as we saw, it has the highest rates of formal sector employment in the hemisphere. While likewise, Dominican Republic is promoting a reform of Law 8701 so as to include in curricula education from early childhood on the importance of the right to Social Security throughout one's life. These mechanisms generally should be taken into account to guarantee the universalization of Social Security as a fundamental premise for the prosperity of our nations. Thank you very much, and I now give the floor back to June Barrett.
Thank you. Now I'm going to address the migration theme. Migration is a complex phenomenon that is driven by a variety of factors. The pursuit of better economic opportunity, violence, climate change, and natural disasters are among the most common reasons why people migrate. In this situation of migration vulnerability, women are exposed to different forms of violence, example, poverty and suffering. The International Domestic Workers Federation, together with informal organizations, find that for migrant women domestic workers, is the main source of income. The percentage of domestic workers among migrant women is higher than the percentage among women in general. Our research identified that the intersection of migration and indigenous identity is a factor that increases vulnerability to severe economic and sexual violence and work in near slavery conditions. In this report on women's work, Education and Resources, published in 2011, this commission recognized that indigenous women in the region live in poverty because they face discrimination and are often excluded from social economic benefits and social protections. States in the region have denied migrant domestic workers access to protections that are otherwise granted to this workforce. The primary reason for this exclusion is that legislation makes it difficult for domestic workers to obtain work visa and access on decent employment. This phenomenon was observed in the most common migration destination in the region, such as Chile, Panama, the Dominican Republic, among others. The ILO noted in a 2016 study that achieving greater formalization of domestic work and better access to Social Security will require significant reforms in immigration policies throughout the region. Now I turn it over to my sister, Joanna. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Juana Collado from Chile. I started working at age 12, and I've been working for more than 40 years. I'm a member of COLAC-TRAO. I'm going to talk about slave domestic labor, the loss of formal sector employment, the extenuating work schedules, the overburden of work, and even violations of the right to free movement have had a negative impact on domestic workers, as has been indicated by COLAC-TRAO and CLADEM in a 2022 study. While there were already degrading working conditions or jobs analogous to slavery in Latin America, situations of becoming enclosed and confined by force have been aggravated. The Brazilian unions have denounced several situations of domestic slave work, such as the case of Madalena Giordano, who was rescued in November 2020, and the case of Sonia Maria de Jesus, who was rescued from the residence of a person who works in the Brazilian judiciary, this in June of 2023. The case of Sonia Maria is known by this commission because of the OAS intervention that took place on last October 27th. The organizations are asking that she not be forced to stay where her rights are being violated, and that she be able to access an adequate protection network. Sonia is a black woman who is deaf, and until recently she didn't have any personal ID documents nor access to sign language, and she was enslaved for 40 years. This is also the case of Maria Madalena Giordano, a black woman who from the age of 8 had served as a domestic worker for a family with no remuneration for 38 years. Those women work without enjoying any right, not even the right to have their own family or to own anything. After the history or the story of Madalena Giordano became public, another 15 workers were freed in the following 6 months. The positive repercussion has moved sectors of the labor inspectors in the Brazilian state. These are operations that also rescued Sonia Maria. In addition, they've opened up another gap in the policies after the rescue and judicial guarantees. We have denounced that judicial agreements have low levels of economic reparation for the victims. This was the case of Madalena Giordano. Also, the proceedings are secret. There are difficulties when it comes to representing individual interests, and there's a lack of policies to address and support a very vulnerable population after years of slave labor. This is a life history that leaves irreversible marks. They must be given economic reparation and get attention to be able to enjoy other rights. These cases also show how the domestic justice system is challenged by racism, which is also present in the judiciary, ignoring the nature of these laws that protect life and liberty. The influence of structural and historic discrimination was recognized by the court in the case of the workers of Fazenda Brasil Verde and Brazil. In the cases of Madalena and Sonia in Brazil, the state is investigating, but it's not promoting domestic justice, it is not ensuring judicial guarantees. In the region, there has systematically been a lack of labor inspection, with the justification being that the workplaces do not provide judicial guarantees and just reparation. And now I give the floor to my colleague Maite. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Maite Mateo. I am the representative of CARE for the region, and I'm going to talk about violence in the workplace. It's very important to take note of the scope of the lack of implementation of Conventions 189 and 190 of the ILO, particularly as regards labor violence in the workplace, where we can see how labor violence is combined and reinforced by gender-based violence. In the region, there has systematically been a lack of labor inspection, as was noted by a colleague, with the justification being that the workplace is a private home where there's a right to privacy, and therefore they are not they're not subject to oversight or inspection, but it is precisely labor inspection that would make it possible for paid domestic workers to enjoy judicial guarantees for seeking reparation and to eradicate the violations they've suffered. It's very important for the states to promote policies to prevent gender violence in the workplace and institute public policies that prioritize investigation by the state independent of the capacity of the domestic workers to contribute to or directly stimulate or spark the investigations. As Juanita says, a domestic worker in testimony shared as part of a study carried out by Con Latrao and CARE. She said, we suffered all sort of sexual violence, but our workplace was inviolable. No one else could enter. No one could inspect or monitor us. And it was in that context that I suffered all sorts of abuse. The Con Latrao has found that many workers abandon their jobs when they're victims of harassment and violence. And the younger they join the work, the greater the risks they face when it comes to sexual harassment and sexual violence. In the same study carried out in 2023 by CARE and Con Latrao regarding discrimination, racism, and violence, it was verified that it was found that there was a lack of knowledge of their rights, fear of reprisals, and a fear of being re-victimized. These are the main obstacles that keep the domestic workers from denouncing the violence they suffer, and therefore their cases end up in total impunity. And now I yield to my colleague, Maria de la Luz.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to address. I'm Maria de la Luz. I'm the representative of Con Latrao. I've been a domestic worker for 15 years, almost a little more than 10 years experience working. And I'm going to later let Carmen Cruz speak. It's obvious that ILO Convention 189 obligates governments to improve the working conditions of domestic workers. We believe it's not sufficient. We believe it hasn't been real or tangible, the actions that have been taken. And therefore, in 2021, the ILO ascertained that only 4 of every 10 domestic workers work between 35 and 48 weekly hours. In other words, more than 60 or less than 20. This gives rise to very little informality and very little regulation and not much recognition. Likewise, it reflects salaries that are below minimum wages in many countries. In turn, the workday there are risks and there's growing informality. These are very dire data in the region, but particularly alarming in countries like El Salvador, Guatemala, Guyana, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Dominican Republic, and others. The Inter-American Court has said that states have the duty to adopt the necessary measures and fulfill their obligations under the convention. Informality is an obstacle for Social Security and other labor rights, such as control of work hours and adequate pay. To combat informality, states needs to assimilate modalities of domestic work and include characteristics of eventuality and several different bosses. Working for several different people. Maria del Carmen. Good afternoon. My name is Maria del Carmen Cruz Martinez. I'm a Nicaraguan migrant in Costa Rica. I've been working for 12 years there. I am in charge of political advocacy of Con Latrao, and I'm going to give the request for relief to the Commission. We request that the Inter-American Court and that the state has the duty to adopt the necessary measures. Then, and to specifically write a report on domestic work in the region and establish general principles in the Inter-American system of human rights protection. We propose the participation of the Inter-American Conference of Social Security, CISS, in this study. Observe the issue of domestic work in all its reports and make technical visits to country. Recommend to states to promote studies on domestic work with a view to promote public policies that are more attentive to our particular needs. Recommend the member states to assimilate through provisions of domestic law, modalities of domestic work by hour, day, or with several different employers, establishing mechanisms for formalization, Social Security, and minimum wages. Recommend to the states to promote membership and maintenance in the systems of Social Security and and be attentive to plurality of employment. Recommend to the state to promote the review of laws with regard to migration to ensure formalization of domestic work. Recommend states standards for the prevention and attention of workplace harassment and violence. Recommended the states to adopt measures to combat informality and recognize it as a violation of human rights with implications and consequences in work, social, economic, and cultural consequences and for these domestic workers. Recognize as a violation of human rights provisions of domestic law of states that eliminate legal protection for domestic work outside of the limits provided under ILO Convention 189 for those states that have ratified it, and recognizes a violation of human rights the lack of adequate oversight, failure to investigate ex officio and effective mechanisms of justice. Thank you very much. We count on you for the daily exercise of our human and labor rights. Thank you.
But I trust we will get that list of recommendations where at the appropriate time. So now the Commission is going to respond to what they've heard and also maybe make have their own thoughts about the role of the Commission in advancing the rights of domestic workers. And I want to start with Julie Samantier, who is, as I said, the rapporteur for women's rights. Please go ahead, Julissa.
Muchas gracias, señora vicepresidenta. Inicio con un saludo muy cordial y muy respetuoso y con un agradecimiento, porque los testimonios que ustedes han dado hoy, todo lo que ustedes...
Because the testimony that you just given gives a gives a green light and illuminates the Inter-American Commission. And so the Commission met with a rapporteur not long ago of the ESCR with a group of domestic workers in Honduras, where we were narrating a situation that was similar, and they were organized. First, I want to thank you and that organization that you've showed us in your testimony how well organized and how invaluable this is. Secondly, beyond the Inter-American Commission, what we think we want to add the intersectional interplay here. They're girls, they're women, in addition to other intersectional factors. So there are a lot of girls, minors, who accompany their mothers. They end up being domestic workers as well, and they're sucked into the field. And this is a violation, too. We have to look at this, and I'm sure there'll be comments on this as well. It's very important what you're raising, the possibility to engage in a study or a specific study on this, that is. Why? Because we know, if there's anything we know, the role of care that we've been assigned since time immemorial, to be assigned to domestic work. In other words, it's always been felt that care is what our role, and that's the only job we have to perform. So that's why I want to comment that the Inter-American Court will issue an advisory opinion on the right to care, to be cared for, and to care. That care, even though it's a right, it's a duty of the state to provide it as well. So it's not an accident that this domestic work and the role of care, and it's not viewed as a job, but rather a part of your role. And there's a lot of a broad range of abuse that we see in this. It's devastating. A little girl that knocks at the door at 8 years old to ask for food from neighbors, and they appropriate, so to speak, take over the life of this child. But also something that you mentioned is, we've seen in that when she had 70 some odd or old man marries him, waits for him to die, and then the inheritance doesn't even go to the young child. And so there's a huge amount of human rights violations that take place in all this intergenerational interplay here, the inheritances with this domestic work, and something that's happened in all of our countries. the idea of godmothers, you're going to be the godmother. It's exploitation of us. The Inter-American Court has spoken about these modern forms of slave labor. And I believe that this case that you're bringing up here guides us with regard to what's actually happening on the ground. I'm very grateful for the reference to migration. Migration. Also, I remember the case of Ecuador. It's very well known. The women who are going from Ecuador to Spain to work as domestic workers and to earn money. And so there's a whole workforce, an informal workforce, and they have no rights. And if they have no rights, they have no benefits. And they sustain society, however, with work. And so and also what you've been telling us, in addition to all the violations of the economic, social, and cultural rights, there's also a violation of Belém do Pará to prevent and to eradicate and punish and prevent violence against women. This is specific violence against women. It falls under this convention. It's not. There's no question about it, because I don't have really any other questions, but I want to express my gratitude for this difficult dimension, how hard it is, having organized and gotten things together, your act together, to be able to come here in your busy lives. And the secretary from assistant secretary, executive secretary for monetary, and the rapporteur that's here in for these rights, ESCR, and so when public policy is established, there has to be input from you. There's discrimination with regard to vacation time. Some countries give less vacation time than with other words, and then there's space in the homes that are for the domestic workers have no light, don't have accommodations, and it's horrible situations that we don't have to dig very deep to find them. I believe the Inter-American Commission, with this information you provide them, we are going to use this information to see how we can shed light on this. And I'm going to finish up with my deep gratitude for providing the information you gave us, and please provide us any more that you have. And that's it. I want to reiterate, this is once again for the fourth time, thank you for shedding light on this dimension, and it has to be taken into account by the Commission without fail.
Commissioner Mantilla, and over to you, Javier.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Vice President. My greetings to Julissa Mantilla and Assistant Executive Secretary for Monitoring, Maria Claudia Pulido, and also to the organizations that have been convened and have requested, that is, this particular hearing, to bring this issue on the table and put it on the agenda once again. That is the agenda of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. This issue, just as other issues that are linked to the labor world, but for different reasons and for different circumstances, and has been an issue that has been excluded. The protections of rights that are domestic workers are entitled to, these protections have been excluded, these guarantees, and they are reviewed in the Special Rapporteur for Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights, the REDESCA, and with regard to work that we've done already for domestic workers, paid domestic workers, on domestic and on digital platforms. We've done some workers, for example, women who are garbage collectors and who sell things on roads, public roads, for different wages. People have to live off of their work, but they're, in reality, the fact of the matter, the facts on the ground are that they don't have any protections of the basic rights to access to Social Security, because this is informal work, any possible way of being able to transition or to deal with emergency situations that arise that have to do with health or with aging and being able to retire. So in the specific case at hand of this group that has come here in this hearing, perhaps you have the advantage that you have ILO standards that have been set in this area. But even so, these domestic workers, generally speaking, do not benefit from these rights despite these standards set by the ILO. We, as have ascertained, seen with our eyes, it's been established here at this hearing, this situation of informal work that so characterized the engagement in this work in so many countries with very few exceptions. My country is one of the countries, Uruguay, that does have one of the lowest rates of informal work. My particular country, Uruguay. In any case, most countries don't. And from this point of view, my main question I want to propose to you is related to what do you believe that, how do you believe that the inter-American system, specifically the Redesca, my special rapporteurship, how can we contribute to the work you're engaged in to dignify and ensure the rights of women, domestic workers who are in this specific field of work, economic activity in our countries, because we must mention it. It's a very consequential area of the labor force. It's such an important economic activity in our countries. It's widespread, used everywhere. It's not meaningless, that's for sure. It's a branch of labor activity that's of the utmost importance and widely practiced. So that's my main question. That's what it has to do. That's what it is. How do you feel that the inter-American system, specifically the Redesca, the Commission, are able to make a contribution to your struggle to raise the profile, to put into focus these issues that you have been enduring and bring about the changes that are necessary? Thank you.
Javier, and I turn over to you, Maria Claudia.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The first of all, I would like to express my excitement and the emotion I feel in hearing this hearing. I had the possibility to take part in 2019 in Sucre. I took part in Bolivia in that hearing, and I've seen everything that's been done since 2019 to date. But even though there's been advances, there's still quite a number of challenges. And this made me think deeply about these testimonies and all the information with regard to the differentiated impact on domestic workers. As you know, the Commission tried to be very active to take a close look at different realities, and Resolution 120 it issued to act as a guidelines for the states in dealing with a pandemic from a human rights perspective. And it authored a report on follow-up issues. But I have to tell you that this was not taken into account, what you raise here, and this is self-criticism I am engaging in here. And that's why I want to take advantage of this inter-American space here to put at the center the issues of domestic workers. That's where it should be, at the center of our efforts, and to be front and center at the top of the agenda. And I'd like to issue an appeal to apply or to attempt to promote the principles established in Convention 189 and the Belém do Pará Convention as applied to domestic workers, paid domestic workers. But it's a major challenge, and I believe it's very, very timely to conduct a study on the rights of paid and unpaid domestic workers throughout the region. This is a study that I believe that this is such a timely era to do this, because in January we're going to work on the annual operational plan, the plan of action of the Commission. Of course, we're going to work hand in hand with the Redesca, the Special Rapporteurship on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights. And so this poses a trial. The current rapporteur for the rights of women is that in this transition between the composition of the commission from this year, and then we're going to have a new composition next year. So the new members of the commission next year have to take into account this study, which it'll be their job to push forward, to spearhead. And so I would like to know, what are the components that you view that such a study should have? I'd like to ask you, what are the voices that should be heard? Whose voices should be heard from throughout the region to include right into this report? And that would be mostly everything I want to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Maria Claudia. And good afternoon. I want to thank everyone for your contributions and your guidance this afternoon to the Commission. And we took note of your recommendations, and I hope we can get it in written form. To say that there's no getting away from the fact that the experiences of women who do domestic work, very much connected to gender inequality first and foremost. It's not the only inequality that helps us understand the status of domestic workers or women who do domestic work, but it's really important because in whatever endeavor we are in life, women's labors are undervalued. So you start off with that, and then you add the work that is associated with women, which is the care work, what we call the care work, whether it's in the home, taking care of the home, taking care of children. That work is undervalued and invisibilized, though it's the most necessary of all work. It makes all of the work possible. But I suppose in the context of patriarchy, it's, the undervaluing it, the invisibilizing of it has a purpose, and it reinforces gender inequality. And of course, you add to that the income inequalities, the women and girls who are in the most vulnerable circumstances, who are in need for income. Those are the ones that are most, of course, susceptible, at risk of being exploited and harmed. And so I think we know a lot more about the situation of women who do domestic work because of organizations such as yours, who have been speaking out insistently for quite a long while now. In fact, your domestic workers are the ones behind the standards development, behind the convention, the ILO Convention 189. Without your advocacy, your research, your insistence on visibility, I don't think we would be here. And I'm coming from the Caribbean, so I'm going to take the opportunity to speak the names of our Caribbean heroines in this field. Some of you may know them: Clotilde Walcott and Ida LeBlanc and Shirley Price from Jamaica, who really have spent a lot of time saying women's work has to be valued. In some countries in the region, the Caribbean region, domestic work is not even classified as work that is recognized for labor protection. That's how far back we are in some cases. And I went to look at it when you all were talking. There are only 4 countries from the Caribbean that have ratified ILO 189, CARICOM countries. But then I went to look at Latin America, and it's only 12. So I think that there's a lot of work to be done to encourage member states to, gratify and more importantly, implement standards contained in ILO Convention 189. Everything you've said, important to talk about. The informalization is at the really heart of the exploitation. If work is invisible and individualized, because women doing domestic work are not working collectively, it's maybe only them in the house. So it's very difficult to have that freedom of association, very difficult to collectively organize. And then the informality, which also drives, as all of you have been saying, the lack of social protection, the lack of access to social security. And that's not only for times of COVID, for example. The majority of women who were doing domestic work had no social security in the time of COVID. But it's not just COVID, it's in pension plans, completely outside of pension plans, because there's no mandatory, many countries there's no mandatory requirement for employers to pay social security. And even if there is that requirement, someone talked about labor inspectorate, there's no one actually doing that oversight of what's happening in homes. So there are many facets here that have to be paid attention to. And I think, collectivizing in any way that we can is critical. Having a collective voice is critical to addressing this issue. So I'm like Julissa. I don't have any real questions. I just have endorsements. Every recommendation you make, I I agree with, and I think that certainly I'm happy that Maria Claudia said that the study is something that we should do, and it should, we have a 5-year strategic plan, and so I think we can commit Maria Claudia to doing it in the context of our 5-year strategic plan, and also in ensuring that you are all involved in us shaping the content of that report. So I just want to thank you for all your guidance, but I think there have been some questions, and you may also have some other things that you want to tell us. And so let me look at our time here.
We have time.
We have quite a lot of time. We certainly have at least, I think, half an hour. So if you have anything else you want to tell us and discuss, please do go ahead.
Ok, eu vou começar me apresentando, agradecendo ao
Well, I'd first like to thank this commission. I'm a lawyer, and I'm part of the THEMIS organization that's been working with the National Federation of Domestic Workers and with ComaCare for more than a decade. And I would very much like to bring to fore 3 points. One of them is that Brazil, like the countries of our region, has had a situation of a slavery-like situation for centuries. Slavery from people who come from Africa, but with indigenous peoples as well. Although countries have gone through abolition, it was incomplete. It was not totally done. And keeping domestic work in the region the way it is now is an inheritance, it's a legacy, it's a continuation of this slavery-like situation, and it's not by chance. 90% of the domestic workers are women, in Brazil specifically black women. And for the society, it's living very naturally and normally with this exceptional situation, and that is a throwback to slave work and slave-type work. The case of Sonia and Magdalena and the other cases that have cropped up show that sectors of the society very easily live with this, precisely kidnapping little girls or saying that they're godmothers. And I think that the testimony of many people tells us that this continues to be the case. So that the first big issue that has led to this hearing is to make this more visible. And there, I should like to reply objectively to the rapporteur, highlighting the idea that for this group of organizations and for the unions, for the Confederation, the most important thing is that the Commission make visible all of these issues that have been brought here through an official report saying, look, here, this is what's happening in our continent, and it happens regularly. It represents a very grave violation of human rights of millions of people, and it's a breach of human rights. It's a violation of human rights that doesn't come up as something that's special or exceptional. It happens daily. It's going on a daily basis in all cities, as if it were reasonable to keep this state of play in place. So that our main request that my colleague raised is that these situations that have been spoken about, that they are part of a document written up by the Commission giving voice to all of these millions of workers who are out there. I think that it's also interesting. There was a question as to what the components would be for this. 6 main components were chosen for this hearing. We can go back over them to choose out of 13 or 14. Well, there are a lot of different components of the work, but these 6 points are points that we all consider as fundamental. They're crucial so that they have to be denounced, and so that they point to solutions for them. And thus, we would like to offer our recommendations to the states. So I think that one point which Commissioner Roberta mentioned, has to do with the longevity of activism. And here I want to round off my reply. We have to think that many countries, the transition and the abolition took place in 1880 and 1834. In Brazil, it was in 1888. But in the 30s, a domestic worker called Laudalina de Campos Melo set up the first organization of domestic workers, and she was imprisoned by the dictatorship at the time, and she was in jail because she founded an organization. We pay tribute to her as much as we can, but in 43, that was the first consolidation of the labor laws in Brazil, which totally excluded the category of domestic workers. There were no rights for domestic workers. And this legislation, this law, was revised a little bit in the 60s, and now only by 2013 was it possible, with the work done, did we have any legislature laws for domestic work at all. So in 1443, when we had the first law, 2013, 60 years passed so that domestic workers could have Social Security, a minimum wage, a registry to work, and so on.
So we really need, it's necessary to revise what is the legal framework in these countries and how this should still be improved. I think this is something that should be included in that list. And now I will pass the floor to my colleague, June. Thank you so much again for the opportunity.
Thank you for your response and for listening to us. And I noticed all my talking points are stolen, because to understand what's happening in our sector, because I'm a domestic worker, is also to understand that this work is deeply rooted in the legacy of slavery. And Madam President spoke about the fact that domestic workers have been organizing. We have been organizing. The Smith College of a whole timeline of women from the Americas in the early 1800s to hear the first revolt was the washerwoman strike in Georgia in the 1800s, where 3,000 washerwomen came together, building allyship with Irish washerwomen, etc., to win whatever wage increase. And I'm going to say I'm tired. I'm tired. I do not understand why in 2023 domestic work is still not valued. It is still not recognized as real work. Why? Why? Domestic workers, we contribute to every economy across this country, across the Americas, even across the world. Without us, think about it. We literally weave the society together. Without domestic workers, a surgeon would have to turn up with their children, lawyers in the boardroom with their babies. Who would take care of your elderly? I have the elderly to age in their homes, right? So they can live with dignity. And for me, it is work. It is real work. And so it's about time that the world listen. It's about time that, you all listen, you all join in solidarity and unity with a group of vulnerable women, right? And they say charity begins at home, right? We must begin international movement, and you have the power. I heard the talk about a report, and I would second that comprehensive report, because women we are suffering, and the pandemic. My God, we have always been told that our work is not valued. But yet, during the pandemic, it was domestic workers and farm workers, right? We were front and center, putting our life, putting our families' lives on the line to go to cook, clean people's house, look after their children, farm workers in the field working to provide food on the table, and yet we are not recognized, yet our work is not valued. As we listen to the story from Honduras this evening, how because of no social protection, social security, how we suffered, right? A pandemic came, she lost her job. After she lost her job, 2 hurricanes, 2 strokes, her 11-year-old child to feed. Her young daughter had to take a work underage, right? And then what happened? She too became ill from COVID, getting it from her job, was sent home without pay. And I'm saying that I am tired, and I'm sure my colleagues here were tired. Domestic work is work. It is real work. It is work that makes the world turn. We are women, we are mothers, right? We are daughters. I'm 60 years old, I'm tired. I'm organizing across the globe, I'm tired. We are here because we are demanding for the higher authorities to hear us. And as I said, on this day, the 10th of I'm so emotional. It's the 10th of November. In a few days, I'll be 60. Before my eyes are closed, I would like to see real changes in this lifetime. And you call out names like Shirley Price, and I'm going to be calling out names like the great Dorothy Bolden, who organized domestic workers right here in the United States, Melina Cass, Geraldine Miller, all these greats, Myrtle, the great Myrtle, past president, Myrtle Voetbaai, who is gone, and yet we are still fighting. We would like to see real change, and the recognition that not just the implementation of 189, but also that governments, because it's the governments and our employers who repeatedly fail us during the pandemic before. And I'm here, and I'm sure in unity with my sisters, we are saying enough is enough. We need you. We need your solidarity, unwavering solidarity. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ya, gracias. Sin duda, pues ya lo.
Thank you. And no doubt what my companions in struggle have described is what we experience every day, what we have demanded every day because of a long history, personal stories, because of the voices of millions of domestic workers who today are represented. It's not been easy to come to a place like this. It's not been easy for us to leave behind our families, to leave behind our domestic work, to come here and be the voice of our colleagues. When you congratulate us and you recognize our work, well, that is precisely what we want. But from the home where we do the care work, where we do household work, where we mop, we care, we cook, where we stand out for a quality, stand out for the quality of life of the families we serve and for our own families. I was prepared for questions, but when you share this reflection with us that you don't need recommendations, but rather what can we do, we consider it's important that our states make better investments in order to guarantee Social Security. That is to say, a working woman who has Social Security that is guaranteed for her and her family has a dignified life, has a dignified job. We also want to say that the inclusion of household work in a system of care or domestic work has to guarantee all labor benefits like any other worker. In addition, something we wish to reiterate is precisely recognition of the impact that we do. It is no small thing, no minor thing to leave behind our families, our loved ones, our places of origin, to take care of other homes, to take care of other families, and to keep other families healthy and stable. We believe that domestic workers, thanks to the organization and thanks to the unity of the unions, both local and federations, and the federations are all the result of our struggles, our stories, our histories, and of giving a visibility to the most important thing, which is domestic work. In addition, I could close out my remarks by considering that Conventions 189 and 190 already have recommendations which should be included in these reports precisely so that these can be the tools that we can use from the local level to the global. In addition, we have been an important sector of struggle to set an example for other sectors, such as, for example, the workers in the platforms and agricultural worker companions. We reiterate this commitment, and we want to participate in all of the mechanisms and in all of the studies undertaken to make sure that they have the voice and the legitimacy of our worldwide movement. Thank you very much. I'm from El Salvador, and the companions from the other countries have at least some social benefits or a dignified salary, but in El Salvador, Convention 189 has not been ratified. We are living in a slavery-like situation. Many of our colleagues are in the house, locked in, behind lock and key, 12-hour workdays, and most of those who suffer greatest vulnerabilities are those who work in the homes and stay in the homes. They work more than 12 hours. There's total discrimination, and often there are girls working in these houses. In El Salvador, we are demanding of the state that it well, other states can support us making sure that ILO 189 is ratified. Honduras and Guatemala have not ratified it either, so we're in the same situation. We don't have a salary, we don't have Social Security, there's no written contract, there is no set time for meals, we don't have an 8-hour work day like the rest of the working class. And so we want to draw more attention to this, that the governments, well, in El Salvador it is said that President Nayib Bukele is the coolest president of El Salvador, and that we have everything in El Salvador, but that's a lie. Those of us who have social organizations find ourselves in a situation such that if we speak out, we can be taken prisoner for doing so, for protesting. So we want the protection of the international organizations in our country so that we can speak out and demand that these rights be given to us as a matter of law because, well, the other colleagues were saying, the work we do represents a major contribution to our country's economies. We are in charge of small children, older adults, persons with illnesses, and we do this because we need that salary in order to be able to survive so that our families can survive. We've migrated from rural areas to the capital city, and we live in those slave-like conditions. Oftentimes, they even take away our documents so that we can't go back. So we ask that you support us in everything possible. All of the institutions of the governments of the various countries so that we can have these guarantees. The governments are responsible for giving us working persons these guarantees because we are all human persons before the law. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Yo también.
Thank you very much. I echo the words of gratitude and recognition for the time that this commission has devoted to the topic and the interest you've shown. Denise was explaining the three main lines, or the 6 main lines that studies could be developed along, and also recall the importance of a report by the Rapporteurship for Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights in this regard, and specifically as regards access to Social Security. I'd like to recall that there is an agreement signed by the Inter-American Commission on Social Security and the OAS. We are available to cooperate. We have begun monitoring access to Social Security, and that's where we drew the figures from. It's very difficult to find statistics. Indeed, they don't exist, and that's also a result of this topic being rendered invisible. That's what has prevailed even in the international community. It's quite hard to find statistics on access to Social Security for groups that have been in vulnerable situations, and that includes women domestic workers. In this task of constructing the statistics, but especially giving visibility to them, and that the governments and Social Security institutions can compare how access to Social Security has been going among the groups of workers that are in vulnerable circumstances. That is very important. It's important to this visibility, and I make available to you the researchers we have at the Inter-American Conference on Social Security, both to be able to study the details and to give visibility to the situation of these working people. Thank you very much. Regarding the different work-related issues that were discussed, I think that gender-based violence should be at the core of this study based on what was already noted. The gender inequality is at the core of it. And it seems to me that the studies being undertaken, and in 2023, Colacao and CARE will be involved in, can be important elements that would provide a foundation for this special report. But I reiterate, gender-based violence should be at the key, just as domestic violence has been rendered invisible. Gender-based violence with respect to paid domestic work, well, we're just barely revealing or aware of the levels at which this is happening.
Yeah. So thanks a lot. I think that you all are completed your presentations, and I want to thank you for that. And in closing, the commissioner and the special rapporteur have additional comments, and I want to start with.
Thank you. Gracias, Presidenta. Solamente
Thank you, Madam President. Just one specific point that slipped by earlier, but that I want to raise. In this whole context you've been discussing with us, there's a fundamental element, which is the sexual violence suffered by domestic workers in the homes, by their bosses' children. There are pregnancies that result from such sexual violence. And I think with this study, which we're going to undertake, I leave in December, but the Commission will be doing it, this is an extremely important dimension. Those myths of sexual initiation by the young men in the house with the women domestic workers, well, I think that's a very important dimension, and that complicity of silence of not allowing them to denounce this, well, I think this is one aspect of gender-based violence that we need to bear in mind. Thank you. Once again, thank you very much for putting this issue on the agenda. As the reference to the work of the Office of the Special Rapporteur for Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights has been mentioned specifically in relation to this study. As Special Rapporteur, I also take on the commitment to work on this study, a study that obviously will address the matters that concern you, most of which coincide with the mandate of the Office of the Special Rapporteur: Social Security, working conditions, factors that have to do with the right to care, with recognition of your work as a work activity and important economic activity for our countries. There are several issues that you've raised that go beyond the mandate of the rapporteurship, and obviously will coordinate with the corresponding sectors and the corresponding rapporteurships of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, specifically regarding violence and sexual violence, which must be included in a report that takes on a comprehensive approach as you have proposed. So I'm most grateful as Special Rapporteur for this very specific request of the rapporteurship so as to be able to undertake a study on this very relevant and important issue. I thank all of you, and it's a pleasure to be able to contribute this work of giving greater visibility to and of demanding changes in the public policies of our states. Thank you.
Javier and Julissa and Maria Claudia, and of course all of you. I just wanted to say you made a number of recommendations, and we look forward to receiving any documentation you want to send to us, because with documentation we can definitely know that we understand clearly what your requests are. But you did talk about the report, and we've agreed already that's something that we would do. And another one of your recommendations was that the issues of the rights of domestic workers should be raised in all, I suppose, appropriate reports. What I want to say about that is that we do have annual reports, as you know, and Chapter 4A is country by country, and there's nothing to stop you. In fact, we would welcome you all sending information from the countries where you are about the situation of domestic workers. It's only if we get the information from you that we can include it. So to say that this is an open invitation to send us information, what would be the period wrong? When should they send us that information for annual reports? What period of time? Does it matter? If you want to get into the following year.
The annual report
Yes.
is like in April.
Yes, so you have a lot of time between now and April. Send us the report for the next annual report, for the report for 2023. But so that's one opening that's always open to civil society actors to send us information.
No, but sorry. The report will be published in April.
No, I'm talking about the one for the next year.
The next year. Yes.
Are we still receiving information for 2023?
Not anymore.
No,
No,
for
not
2022.
anymore.
No,
Exactly.
right, exactly, yeah.
2023, yes, for 2024.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So yeah, so with we can receive information for the next report for.
Exactly.
It's a little complicated, but to be for 2024. for report for 2023.
Yes.
But the point is, please do send the information, and if you can send information with data, even better,
Exactly.
because we would always have to verify what you're sending. So that's another opening. So I just want to end by saying thank you for all of the information that you've provided. Thank you for the stories, some of them really harrowing to listen to, so we can imagine what living through that has been like. And I think in our report we have to also have a section on the extreme forms of exploitation that are also part of the landscape of domestic work. But anyways, thank you very much for your passion. And no, you have a lot of time to go still.
Sure.
All right? You just start. You haven't reached my age yet. So you've just begun. So don't worry about it. You have quite a long time to achieve your objectives.
Yes, you are so young.
Yeah, exactly. Says a 60-year-old.
She just became 60.
Just became 60. Yes. So thank you very much. And with that, we end the... Yes. We take a picture?
Yes.